Yeah. And we're not again. I want to train my train.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. That's the matter. And we're gonna start the session, but before we do that, I know there was some people said, well, we opened the meeting with doing the prayer and all that, and we closed it at the end, but I want to change a little bit of that, what do you call it, strategy. I'm gonna ask Lucy to come up here to say the morning prayer for us. Lucy, I think.
Morning, everybody. Bonjour. Wajim nawa. Wagami kishabayak. And then kumyamina is like a wavatama monastic kishga. I go like you can in work me goes in back at the pukak. I'm saying good morning and greetings to everybody. Welcome, everybody. It was a full day and very educational yesterday. And today, I'm sure will be a full day again. And so with that, I'll just open up in prayer to start us in a good way today. Shemdo kinga kanatsin. Kak showing shakwaga. Egojin bag. Egomina minyaone min shak. Ewap tamage hushkikishkak. Kpakson goch minejim hayan. Machich chiayan chuichigua. Kagita the bone chu min shak. Egominan stamawan. Ogonok Gayan Piwat, which konik, Skunamagu, de Metamagu, and Kunwan. And they Oshme, Kinis, which Haganot, and the Simnanak, and Joska Simnanak, Maudos Konona. A Quachamago, Chipagitnaman Kusawenchikan. And God our Father, our Creator, we acknowledge you this morning. Thank you for the night rest and for safety and protection. We invite your spirit, your presence here for direction, for wisdom and guidance, for we do. You'll give each one wisdom and understanding whatever is presented and talked about here with NAN team, with educators, and those that are working leaders. We ask your blessing. We pray this, my Jesus, reasoning. Amen.
May Lucy. Before we open with the agenda, just going to do a little bit of brief update on the first. Yesterday, what took place. Yesterday morning, we had the pleasure of listening to a number of presenters, and each having a different message. And George Gaggan welcomed everyone and shared his wish list. when we come to these conferences, we have wish list, and he had his. And what he talked about was having these communities from kindergarten all the way to grade 12 in his community, so that they would not leave the community. Rather than having to leave the community to attend post-secondary education in urban centers, that's what he was talking about. Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Mercies also offered welcoming remarks in his address. He spoke of the importance of continuing to invest in education, as there are many areas where students still struggle to gain access to, including education and healthcare. The deputy recognized that Education Committee, the Chiefs Committee, for their hard work and advocating working towards a better outcomes for our students. Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse further noted that a lot of work still needs to be done. There are persistent gaps that need to be addressed, including the area of mental health and health itself and support for students. Marie always presented on his presentation focused on the reset table, stressing the importance of inclusion of land-based learning opportunities and language in the curriculum. Speaking directly to the purpose of the education reset table, Murray shared that the reset table was created to address the pace of education reform, as progress had been slow, as well as understand the progress of existing tables, to provide support and advocacy for all levels of education systems in NAN, serving NAN, ensure maximum flexibility and maximum red tape, minimum red tape, maximum red tape. I was going to come up here and have a roll of red tape, and I was going to throw it away. Focus on implementation instead of more studies. Really reiterated that this is just the beginning of the negotiating process, and much of it wouldn't have been achieved if it hadn't been for relations of our deputy with the Minister Haydu. Murray spoke to the fact that the reset table is not designed to replace the education jurisdiction process, but rather additional mechanism to support NAN's efforts to build a First Nation education system for First Nation students. Murray stressed that it is imperative that the government invest heavily in post-secondary education to support First Nations, and they continue their education beyond secondary level. There were a number of questions posed to Marie regarding the reset table. Questions pertain to teacher recruitment and retention, language in the culture, and the curriculum, and the structure of the reset table were identified as areas of priority for community members. Derek Chum, lead negotiator, provided an education jurisdiction overview, speaking to the local education code, and then the subject of this morning's meeting, and the territory-wide education body. Devin Dumay, Director of Language and Culture for the Manitoba First Nations Education Resource Center, provide an overview of the Manitoba First Nations Education Resource Center operations and education programs, addressing equitable funding versus equal funding, and the importance of taking into account remote factors when determining funding. Lastly, Dr. Brian Wildcat presented the Miskatchewan Education School Commission, sharing that there are 4 First Nations, 2,100 students, and $70 million annual budget. 70% First Nation staff. As part of the Miskatchewan Cree Declaration on Education, it stressed that children are the center of decision making. Lastly, a panel consisting of Devin Dumi and Dr. Brian Wildcat was held, where both presented their experience, best practices, successes, and challenges, speaking to the improved outcome for students, as well as importance of language and cultural based learning in the curriculum. So that's sort of just a brief highlights of things that we dealt with on the agenda. Today we're going to on the agenda we're going to deal with maybe you can follow along in the booklet. We're going to have 9:30 First Nations governance models, and then we're going to go into, after the health, make local education code, and we're going to have a group session. Be divided into groups, and you'll have a group session on the local education code. Pardon me. That'll continue till 1, and then in the afternoon we're going to talk about community-based coordinators and their role in the community engagement process. And that's going to be Brian at Kinbashcom going to be conducting that. At 3:00, 3:15, pardon, we're going to have a break, a health break. And then 3:30, we're going to have a breakout sessions. Breakout sessions on OCAP and UNDRIP will be run concurrently. Participants will have the choice of which session they would like to attend. And the session on OCAP is going to be run by Leslie McGregor, and the UNDRIP is going to be Leslie, Natalie Bing is just going to provide that, provide the backup on that. And then at 4:30, we're going to close. And I understand maybe some of the people are not going to be available for the list that you have there, so that's going to shrink a little bit. Then we'll have a closing prayer, and 5 o'clock or before, whatever time it takes us to do our work. And then that's it. That'll be the conference. And so at this time I'd like to call on Claudia to do the structural readiness. She's a structural readiness coordinator, and she's going to introduce herself. Oh, yeah. First of all, before you start, I know you're getting ready, walking back and forth. You gotta from yesterday's surveys. I'm gonna make a couple of draws for 2 gift cards, so what it's gonna be.
Drum roll, please.
Yeah.
Chief Sunny Betty's. And the second one. Eric Jacob.
There it
Hey.
is. Okay, Claudia, you can start anytime. Okay.
Good morning. Thank you again for joining us today. So today we're going to take a look at some of the work that we're doing here within the education jurisdiction program. So I want to thank you all very, very much for joining us again. And, hopefully breakfast was good. So this presentation basically is on First Nation educational bodies. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at other education systems and how they account for their representation, and in some cases, what kind of programs they run. I forgot the clicker. Oh. All right, so just as a brief overview, some of these slides I'll be reading. So jurisdiction allows for the creation of organizations that will work together to meet the needs of community members through the power to pass laws. So in a basic nutshell, that's kind of what we're talking about. So again, in this presentation, we're going to take a really brief look at the educational framework that was outlined in the AIP. And then, like I said, we're going to take a look at 3 other groups across Canada and how they arrange their services. So there are several reasons for communities to want to create a system that would represent and be responsible for their needs related to education. Obviously, there's greater strength in numbers. And in pooling resources together, communities can better support each other by having a place where their challenges can be better understood. So an education system is really a way to unify the voice of the communities and a powerful tool for capacity building for the smaller communities, to provide support and advice to the communities that need it, and to share resources and expertise across the territory. So just in brief, in 2017, NAN developed an educational framework. And this educational framework includes 3 levels. I believe Derek presented on this yesterday, so shouldn't be anything new here. But basically, the structure represents the relationship between all 3 levels needed to deliver, a good quality education system for our youth in the North. So we're going to go right into it. And there is a little questionnaire at the end. We're going to play a little game. We're going to pretend that we are deciding on the education system here today, even though we're not. So we'll just go into it here. So there's 3 groups that we're going to look at today. The first one is the Mi'kmaq. This organization was created in 1999 by the Mi'kmaq Education Act. Second one was actually from our guest yesterday. We're going to take a look at the Mushkegee Education School Commission. So they were created in 2016, a little bit different than our process. but I think there's still lessons to learn here. They have a declaration on education, an education law, and then delegation agreements to support that. So a little bit different, but again, still lessons to learn. And the last one we're going to take a look at is the Anishinaabeg education system that was created in 2018. Because again, they have a completely different way of doing it. Really, that's the point. There's no really one way of doing it. There's a lot of options. Okay, so starting off chronologically, we're going to take a look at the Mi'kmaq. So a little background information on the Mi'kmaq. They were created in 1999, again, with the Education Act. So the Education Act would be similar to the final agreement that our team is working on right now. So that's the law. So MK, 9 communities in MK, so they are again a smaller group. So MK administers the jurisdiction agreement known as their final agreement. They allocate funding to the communities, address common issues, coordinate language and cultural programs, and of course, they complete research and studies on various components. So let's just take a look at how they choose their representation for what they would consider, that new educational body. So the chief from each community, remember again, there's only 7. Chief from each community, they each hold a vote on the board. And in addition, what really supports them are these working groups that they've created with their principals and directors, which basically allows the education experts to share their point of view with leadership to make these decisions. When we visited the Mi'kmaq, this was really something that they really emphasized to us, was how important these meetings were for their education directors and principals. So the education staff from each community will attend working group meetings to provide local education voice to research and to advise the board of directors. So their principals and their education directors meet on a regular basis. And again, it's the same idea. It provides them a forum to share common issues and perhaps, look at the best ways to tackle them. So pretty simple. It's not very complex at all. Chief voted on, supported by educational staff. So some quick facts. So when MK originally signed their agreement, they had 7 communities, but they have grown. So now they have 12 member communities. And because this board of directors doesn't necessarily have the power to create education laws for things like standards and other such things, they really do have to work very closely with the community to get that consensus and encourage each community to enact appropriate legislation to support. And a couple more facts here. So the MK working groups, as I said before, and I'm probably repeating myself, so apologies, is a really great example of communication, participation, action. So each chief, while they hold the vote, those working groups allow the community's experts to work out reoccurring problems and issues. And Mi'kmaq, by the way, is a really, they've been going the longest. They were one of the first groups in Canada to create their own system in 1999. And currently their graduation rate is higher than the provincial standards. They're meeting every level higher than the province can do. So we're going to see that a lot. There's a lot of successes. So. Okay. So I'm just going to take a brief pause here. If anybody, any questions? Jay. All right, so we're going to take a look at the Mishkishi, apologies, the Mishkishi Education School Commission. So we had them here yesterday, which was great. Now we're going to take a look at a little bit more detail on how their governance structure is organized. So again, created in 2016 with a group of legal documents. So a little bit different than ours, but still. So in brief, their creation story is such. Created in 2016 with the Mushkegee Cree Declaration on Education, Mushkegee Education Law, and delegation agreements with the 4 participating nations. In 2015, Chief and Council of Urban Skin Cree Nation, Louisville Tribe, Montana First Nation, and Samson Cree directed MESC to explore the creation of a single treaty-based education system. 2017, the declaration was signed, and this visionary document, very much based on their worldviews as Mushkegee Cree, outlined the key goals and the strategies and how that organization would be developed. So after extensive community consultation, delegation agreements were created. And I know I mentioned this yesterday, but the communities will have to delegate to any organization. And in 2018, the Muskegee's education law was signed, setting out the obligations, responsibilities, and powers of MESC's board of directors, and outlines their Wakotoan-inspired governance. So basically, once they had their vision, what they wanted, and their structure, how those decisions would be made for that organization, they took that information to Canada and negotiated a funding framework. So we're going to take a look at their board of directors and how their board of directors is selected. So the MESC Board of Governors are appointed through a board selection committee composed of the chief and second delegate from each participating First Nation. So these chiefs and second delegates come together as a group, as a selection committee, and decide on nominations of who will be on that board. This committee also appoints 2 members at large. So members at large, there's certain specifications to be a member at large. You're chosen based on your education and experience, as well as representing the principles of Muskegee Cree as a whole. So these can be expertise in education, legal, anything, as long as there's expertise. Board selection committee also includes an elders circle and a parental advisory council. And both of those groups appoint 2 representatives from their members to sit on that board, right? So in the case of the elders, they have it specified, so it must be 1 female and 1 male. And for the Parent Advisory Council, the idea of that is if you have somebody whose child is in the school on your decision-making body, then, you're going to be a bit more interested in what happens. So one of the important points of this selection committee is in the process, each nation respects the preferred candidate that the other nation wishes to forward. And at the same time, a nation demonstrates their respect to the other member nations by selecting someone who is suitable to making good decisions and providing leadership to all the communities. So it's a little bit different. Again, they're sitting in council to make these decisions. So we're just going to go over a few quick facts. And on the Muscatine. So there's 4 member nations at this time, with 11 schools, approximately 2,100 students. Currently, some of the highlights that they've been working on is they have a award-winning, I cannot pronounce that, but I will try. Universal Food Program that provides healthy breakfast, lunch, and snacks for their students, up to 2,150 a day. Their student completion in their secondary schools has increased from 45 to 85. They have successfully been doing a buffalo harvest with their students. And they have increased their First Nation staff from 64% to 70% in the first year, hiring 20 Muscatine teachers. Okay. So again, I'm just going to pause if there's any, if that was anything was unclear, or Charles.
I'm not quite clear with the population wise, the number roll there. You said 11 schools with 2,100 students. Is that all, like 2,100 students?
Those are the numbers I got from 2019. Yeah.
I just feel that if you have 11 schools with that many students they have in each community, I would imagine there would be more than 2,100 students. Yeah.
I have to acknowledge that I can always be wrong. So thank you. Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. So the last one we're going to take a look at is the Anishinaabe education system. We actually had them here last year at our virtual event. We're going to take a look at how they do theirs. So we'll just do a little background information. 2017, the Anishinaabe Education Agreement was signed, formally recognizing their community's jurisdiction over primary, elementary, and secondary education. 23 communities from the Anishinaabe Nation ratified the education agreement once it was signed. Once it was ratified, that group, that organization, that new educational body, the Anishinaabe education system, was established. The AEST is comprised of the participating First Nations, as well as regional educational councils. And that new body that was created when that law was signed, the Kimadswin Education Body, is their central administration. So again, they have those arranged in regional organizations. So each member community is represented by appointing 2 to the Regional Education Council. So there are 4 educational councils, and each of those councils elect 2 people to sit on their board. And that new educational body, that Kimadswin, very similar to what we're contemplating for our territory-wide educational body, administers funding, will do research, and those sort of high-level activities. So just some quick facts to keep in mind. The Anishinaabe, 23 member First Nations. So whereas the Mi'kmaq, is maybe 11 or 12, and the Muscatchees has 4, this one has a considerably larger number of communities. Currently, there are 14 directors selected by the First Nations to the board of directors to oversee the work. The board oversees the distribution of education fund received from Canada and Ontario. So the Anishinaabe represent 13 First Nations with schools and 10 First Nations without schools. They work, so for the communities that don't have schools, they work a lot with the school boards, to make sure that where their children are going, they have as much cultural programming as they can be. So I know we had a question yesterday about communities that don't have schools. This could be a model of what that benefit could be for communities that don't have schools, is perhaps having a group to negotiate on their behalf with other school boards. So one more quick fact. AES member communities may establish a community education board or community, and it's up to them how they delegate their jurisdiction. So the Anishinaabe system, they really do allow for a lot of variations. So in the creation of their system, they created what I believe what they call, very similar to the local education code that we're going to hear later. They've created a document for their community defining, how the decisions are made in their community for education. So I'm just going to stop it there. And again, I just want to, any questions? Really, thank you.
Just to add, the Anishinaabe education system also has a master education agreement with the province of Ontario, which basically deals with their partnership or else with their relationship with the province. So there is accountability as well as investment by the province. As Claudia had mentioned, a lot of their students go to provincial schools that are operated, and that was a second order of business after they had signed the agreement. They also have a post-secondary component, so they administer, or else they actually get the funding in terms of getting the post-secondary support dollars as well, just with regards to administering it onto the First Nation communities. And then they have a very specific deal with, with the federal government with regards to enhancing the existing policy, or else enhancing the national policy funding allocations with regards to supporting their post-secondary students who choose to go to college, university.
Thank you, Mary. I know there was questions about post-secondary yesterday, so thank you for that detail. Thank you. So this is just a quick fact sheet. So when we're looking at all the different systems, how many member communities, how do they select their representation? And maybe a brief description of their programs and services. So in closing, the purpose of examining these examples is not to prescribe necessarily how our territorial educational body will be governed, but rather to begin a discussion on how it can be governed. As we've seen in the past three examples, these organizational structures have a lot of variety between them. And they are adaptable. We heard from the Manitoba Davin Moss yesterday that their structure is always adapting. That's kind of the point of it, really. So they can change from region to region based on what works best for their membership. So currently in our process, the regional jurisdiction model being considered by NAN, isn't that new? There already are more than 3 actually successful models in Canada. So the objective is to learn from them, to take a look at what they did and, consider how that could be applied or could not be applied. So the design of our education system should account for the unique circumstances of NAN First Nations. So many schools on reserved, large number of communities, very large geographical territory, remoteness, etc. As well as the unique feature of NAN First Nations model is the delegated jurisdiction to the 3rd level to pass education laws on limited topics. So the lawmaking process of the TWEB or the 3rd body will most likely be based on whatever governance structure the communities decide to choose. So I hope that's not too much, but yeah, again, it's just, I really wanted to do was take the mystique out of the word governance structure. Doesn't necessarily have to be super complex. And, it really should be something that's easy to understand. So if I could ask for those questionnaires to be handed out. Sorry. They already were. Okay, never mind. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I just had one question on implementing our education. On our reserve, we have to comply with the provincial education guidelines or curriculum. Do you still do that?
Really excellent question. And that is actually the reason that third level would have lawmaking power, is if it had lawmaking power, then it would be able to write its own standards to follow. And also there are greater minds than I in this room, so please feel free to correct me. But yeah, so when we talk about the third level having lawmaking power, that would make it possible for them to rewrite those standards. Yeah, it can be replaced. Thank you. Sorry, was there another question? No? Okay. Thank you. So sorry. I was going to go through. Okay. So as I mentioned, we have this questionnaire. So we just have a few questions. At the top here, we have community role, date, facilitated by. If you don't feel comfortable with filling any of that in, you don't have to. This is just an exercise. So we're going to pretend as if this room today is voting on an education system and we get to define what it is. So we're going to create an imaginary education system. So I just wanted to review the questions with you. And what I would like to do is I'm going to collect these quizzes and then I'd like to send you guys the results of our imaginary education system and what it would look like if we decided it right here, right now. So it's just, just for fun. So the first question is, as a way of sharing knowledge and supporting each other, my school would benefit from participating in regional monthly education working groups like other self-governing nations. Okay. So I agree. If selected, how would those groups be organized?
Yeah, but. No.
Thank you. So one more question here. Oh, thank you. May I have another one? He needs one too. Yes, I can email you the presentation. Happy to. Yep. Oh, thank you. Does anybody else need a questionnaire? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So for those of you speeding ahead, not a problem, but we'll just go through them anyway. So our theoretical question number 2 is like BC's First Nation Education Authority. I believe that each community should have a representation on the territory-wide educational body like a chiefs and assembly. So that's like the Mi'kmaq example that we saw, where each chief from each community sits on that board, supported by their education working groups. And you can say agree to as many as you like, or disagree to as many as you like. Okay. So number 3, the organizational structure of the Anishinaabeg education system, where regional organizations select the representation on their territory-wide educational body, would be more effective than one group. So again, like the Anishinaabeg, do you think it would be better to have regional groups in our fantasy, in our made-up education system that we will create today? Would you rather have regional educational bodies instead of like a chiefs and assembly? All right. So number 4, my community's representation on that new territory-wide educational body should be chosen by Chief and Council, BCR. Community elections, regional organizations, selection committee. So really, there's a lot of options. So which one should our education system have? So number 5, like the Mishkashees Education School Commission, our territorial-wide education body would benefit from having members at large on the board who are examples of excellence in their field, as well as being members of the communities, of one of the communities in them. So do you think in our fictional made up, do you think that would be a good idea? So number 6, and feel free to slow me down. Second level services, including hiring and contracting of service providers. So, literacy and numeracy in our fantasy education system should be controlled by First Nations and the organizations of their choice. I agree, I disagree. So number 7, the territory-wide education body, our third level organization, should be available to assist, support, and set standards for second level services. So is there a role for that third level body to create standards for second level services? Is that something that makes sense in our I keep saying fictional. So our fictional, is that something that makes sense? Is that needed? Organizations within a 3-tier education framework should have a role for elders, women, and youth. Again, totally up to you. And I believe this is the last question, number 9. My community should have a school committee, local education authority, parent committee, education committee to provide input to the school and the staff and to share feedback with the community. How important is the role of a parental committee in your community? Is that something that you want to include? You want to make sure? I know a lot of you already have education committees and local education authorities. So that's it. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to collect these. I'm going to tabulate the results, and probably tomorrow I will send you the results of our fantasy education system, and we can see what we came up with as a group. So thank you very much, and I'll give it back to our chair. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that presentation, Claudia. At this time, what we'll do is we'll take a break. Called a health break. And we'll be back at 10:15 to deal with the local education, what do you call it, code. Okay.
Are you making a video again?
reading about one of his tribes. New education.
Okay, can we get started again? As I said this morning on the agenda, we're gonna have we're gonna talk about the local education code. We were supposed to start half an hour ago, but I see there's a lot of conversation going on. I'm hoping that everybody's talking about education. So at this time, I'd like to call on Derek, the lead negotiator for NAN, and Michael Sherry, legal counsel. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna ask them to proceed with that. Maybe Derek, you can lead.
Thanks, and thanks to everyone. My name is Mike Sherry, a lawyer. I've worked with NAN for quite a long time, and I've worked on the education negotiations for a couple of years with Derek, the lead negotiator in particular. So this general topic that we're going to cover this morning is lawmaking, broken into three main parts. So the first presentation, I will go to just lawmaking in general in the context of the draft education agreement and the negotiations, just provide a little background context. And Derek will follow the second presentation on more detail on local education codes, or LECs to use the acronym. And third and final presentation will be just a brief sample local education code, give people some idea, what a local education code might look like. But there's a lot of flexibility to sample. When we get to sample, I'll try to emphasize that it's just a sample, and you don't want to sort of create a cookie cutter situation, but just to give people ideas what they might be looking at in terms of developing a local education code. So I'll start off with the first presentation that provides some context, and it's yes. Oh yeah, I think he's going to do it. Thanks. So the first presentation, the general context of lawmaking. So jurisdiction, of course, is the authority, the power to make laws. And in terms of the local education agreement and the negotiations that have been going on, and there's lots of ways to look at this, but there's two kinds of jurisdiction that we've been looking at and considering. The first one is inherent lawmaking authority or jurisdiction that derives from the inherent right, and of course is at the First Nation level, the treaty right holders, the right holders in general. So First Nations have jurisdiction on an inherent basis to pass laws in relation to education. That exists already, of course, pursuant to the inherent right and the constitutional rights in the treaty, but it's just being confirmed in this education agreement if that is ratified in the end. So that's the cornerstone of everything, the inherent jurisdiction of First Nations to pass laws, which already exists, but is confirmed by the education agreement. And it's also protected, of course, by the Canadian Constitution, Section 35, the Aboriginal and treaty rights. The second kind of jurisdiction that we deal with, that we're talking about, is a delegated form of jurisdiction. So that would be delegated from First Nations, which are the right holders, to this regional body that we've been talking about, or third level, which is the TWEB. That's just a name that we've been using. It's not very kind of catchy name, but it's what we're using now as kind of a placeholder. As the negotiations proceed and we get more input, obviously we can develop a name that is more, has a bit more catch to it. But for now, we're calling it the TWEB, and this is the regional education body that would include all the First Nations that finally agree to the education agreement. And this TWEB, we have jurisdiction to pass laws. That's the current model that we're looking at. But this would be a delegated form of jurisdiction. So the club, because it's a regional body that's created by this agreement, it does not have any inherent jurisdiction and inherent rights. It's the only jurisdiction that would have to pass laws would be pursuant to what the First Nations agree to, if they agree to anything. And they delegate a certain level of jurisdiction to the club. At least that's the proposed model in very general terms. Now, the next slide deals with local education codes. And so I'll just touch on that briefly because Derek will be making a more detailed presentation on local education codes. And of course, in the final part of the presentation, I'll be presenting a sample local education code, or LEC. But basically what a local education code is, and I think this was referred to by Claudia this morning, is that it's like a constitution. Technically, at First Nation level, technically it's a First Nation law, but it's the first First Nation law, if I can put it that way. So it's a constitution that's developed by each First Nation, very much subject to First Nation control. And if each First Nation decides in this local education code or constitution, basic things, so not detailed program things, but basically things like there's a list on the slide, but no need to repeat it. But basic things like the basic institutions that will work on lawmaking, how laws are passed in the future, accountability, criteria for delegating jurisdiction, and mechanisms for appeals. There's a list of these are sometimes referred to as required elements in the draft agreement. So that would be that if the First Nation decides in the end through the ratification process to participate and join the agreement, that will mean that their local education code, at a minimum, has to cover off these elements. The agreement doesn't have much to say in detail about what each element has to contain. There's a lot of flexibility for First Nations to develop these elements. But with in framework kind of way, the education agreement says that each local education code has to cover these elements in some way. But within that, there's a lot of flexibility. And I think it's also important to emphasize that these are the minimum basic requirements of what has to be covered in a local education code or constitution. That's what the union model calls it. But that there are optional elements. So that once the First Nation develops a local education code that does cover all these basic elements, the First Nation can decide to cover other elements. So, and that's really in the total discretion of the First Nation. So you have to cover off these minimum requirements, and beyond that, you can include other elements. But the general sort of recommendation is that it's important to keep in mind that this local education code is like a constitution. So generally speaking, the advice is not to get too much in the weeds and the details of education programming, but to deal at a fairly general level, so that working with this local education code in the years and decades to come, that the First Nation can get more into detail, but just so long as it follows the local education code as a basic constitutional framework. And there's no limitation on those optional elements. First Nations can be creative in terms of what they want to add to their local education code. But it's really important to get that right, because the local education code is basically a kind of constitution that dictates how you develop laws in the future, even for decades. So it's important to get that right. And it's also important to recall that because this local education code is so important, that it actually is part of the ratification package. So that if we get to a point where committees are voting on the entire package, which would be the education agreement, the financial package, and it would also, that ratification package that the committees would vote on would also include each of their local education codes. So the local education code would be approved at that stage, at the ratification stage. So it has to be done in advance of the whole package coming together. So in terms of the And also, I should have added at the start that if people want to ask any questions or make any comments, please feel free to do so. Don't have to wait till the end, but I'll just. So in terms of the next slide, just general point that as this really comes into the local education code is that one of the expectations is that each First Nation, of course, will develop through the local education code and also subsequently a process to develop laws. And of course, it has to be fair and transparent and invite feedback from community members. It's the whole at a basic level of each First Nation, chief and council will, of course, be in basic control. But as part of the options that are available, chief council can basically decide to keep basic control over things, or in some cases, a chief and council in a particular First Nation can decide to delegate certain things. So they can delegate certain things to, say, another First Nation controlled entity like a tribal council, and they can also decide to delegate either jurisdiction or administrative authority to, say, TWEB, the regional body. Well, that's strictly voluntary. That kind of delegation is not required. It's up to each First Nation. Some First Nations that have a lot of resources may decide to keep everything very much in-house and under local control. Other First Nations that want to pool resources may decide to delegate certain things to other bodies, other First Nations, tribal councils, and even TWEB. Should also indicate that I've been talking about First Nation laws, but these laws that will be developed can also include regulation making power. So you include regulations under laws and also policies. Regulations, of course, have to be consistent with the basic laws. So if a few years later, a few years after the education agreement, a First Nation passes a law on some education topic, within the law, they can have a regulation making power, which probably should include certain topics. But that's fine. That's good because that will it allows you to deal with the details later on. But the regulations have to be consistent with the basic law that you pass. And that is covered by the next slide, just in terms of some basics on regulation making power. Often regulations deal with details and more technical aspects. So the chief and council, in terms of local laws, would pass a general kind of law, but it may allow, in very technical education areas, the law will allow for later regulations to deal with more technical aspects, more detailed aspects. The slide number 6 dealing with the territory-wide education body, and this is again just to provide the overall context before we get into local education codes in particular. So the TWEB, this slide deals with some of the areas of jurisdiction that the TWEB probably will get into, and of course I should emphasize this is very much in the same way the structure of the TWEB is very much work in progress, and we're waiting for engagement. The areas of jurisdiction that the TWEB would have is also very much a work in progress and subject to engagement and feedback from the communities. And as I pointed out at the start, the jurisdiction of the TWEB in this model is purely delegated, right? So that any lawmaking authority that the TWEB will have is subject to delegation from the First Nations. And what that means is that it's up to First Nations to decide collectively as part of this education agreement process. So the only TWEB has no inherent jurisdiction, so the only jurisdiction that can have is what the First Nations decide collectively TWEB can have. And now, of course, in the discussions that we've had, we have listed certain jurisdictions as a starting point, and some of the main ones, some of the key ones are listed here in the slide. One is standards. So the idea here would be general standards that would apply across the whole NAN First Nation system. Individual First Nations, based on their inherent authority, would still, of course, be able to develop their own standards dealing with particular things. But the idea of the standards at the TWEB level is to work toward a general NAN First Nation standard in terms of quality, achievement, and these things that have to be met. The other thing that's mentioned here which I think is probably not the right time to get into detail, but there's been discussion about the of having a kind of an oversight function in terms of the standard. And what that means is that the key purposes of this whole model is to basically knock out the federal government and Indian affairs, except in funding role. So that instead of First Nations dealing with Indian affairs and other federal departments, the main interaction would be between First Nations and this TWAB or regional body. So an implication of that is that in situations where there might be problems in terms of local systems or standards being met or achievement levels, that instead of under this model, if it's accepted, that when problems do arise, and of course over the decades, problems will arise, just the nature of just reality, is that so instead of going in a situation, in a sort of problematic situation, instead of dealing with Indian affairs, we'd be dealing with TWAB, which is a body controlled by First Nations. But that gets into the whole oversight area where, how is a problem dealt with? And the way that we've been sort of discussing and looking at, subject to input from committees, is one where it's very much a collaborative model, at least in the early stages. There's the effort or purpose is to work things out between TWAB and First Nation to deal with the problem on a collaborative basis, and on a First Nation within a First Nation context. But we do, through the engagement process, we'll have to consider what to do in situations where the problem is not resolved on a strictly voluntary or collaborative basis. But those will be difficult situations, but they're likely to happen sooner or later in a system that's geared up to work for decades. But even in the most difficult situation, I think it's important to recall that we're dealing with a model where it's between a First Nation and a regional body controlled by First Nations, as opposed to Indian affairs. So I think it's a very positive scenario, but in this kind of a model, we do have to think about, what happens when these difficult situations arise. And just on this point about TWAB and the delegated authority to pass some kinds of laws, it's important to emphasize that, because that's one of the key distinguishing features of this Anishinaabe First Nation model is under development, is that when part of this one went through the other models, and there's other models, as she pointed out, but she featured three. Those models are all each a little bit different, but none of them has they all have a body that operates at a regional level. And for example, CAD with regard to the Unitarian Indians, it coordinates things, it develops programs, it does all kinds of things. But the other models that we looked at, the plot we looked at, they have a regional model, but they don't have a regional body that actually passes laws, even on a delegated basis. So that aspect of the NAN First Nation model that is under development is very unique. I mean, perhaps even on a national basis. So there are other models where the First Nations themselves pass laws. Of course, it's their inherent authority, but the NAN model has been considered and is unique because you have this delegated authority to TWAB, and the delegated authority would be, practically speaking, permanent. And in this model would be passing laws to deal with the overall region, in particular in relation to standards. So that's a really critical point to keep in mind, is that that's what's there's many factors to the NAN model, but that's particularly unique that we're going to that point where the regional body TWAB will not just be coordinating things and working with people, it will actually be passing laws that will affect all the communities. So that's be a very important point to consider during the feedback process and engagement process and all future discussions. The next slide 7, is again the point about just fair and transparent procedure, but this applies more to TWAB. So of course, it's very much under development, but TWAB will have to have a process to make sure that the laws that it develops are the process is transparent, fair, takes into account input and that kind of thing. And it'll be tied to the that's also be tied to the structure of TWEB, which remains to be determined. The collateral with the discussion of the union model this morning, she talked about the model that they have, where they have, you know, quite stable regional councils that appoint people to the board. And so we'll have to take a look at something like that with NAN, but perhaps different, because if it's the structure where I think as was pointed out by Dennis yesterday is very much, you know, in play for discussion, but if the number of communities that eventually ratify the education agreement is something 30 or 35, it's hard to imagine a board or an executive council with 35 representatives functioning in a practical way. So if the acceptance or agreement from communities is 30 to 35 communities, we're going to have to look at, well, it's up to the communities eventually, for us finally, but presumably their model will have to be some sort of process where a smaller executive group is selected to at least control or manage TWEB on a day-to-day basis. Slide 8, just want to make the distinction between permanent and temporary delegation. So the way the model is structured now, again, subject to discussion and input, is that the delegation to the TWEB that will be in the final education agreement, that will be effectively, practically speaking, permanent. So that the communities would decide that these things should be handled by TWEB going forward. But so that's a permanent kind of delegation. But the other forms of delegation that are discussed in the education agreement are all optional and temporary. So a particular First Nation or group of First Nations can decide to delegate something to, say, a tribal council, or even to TWEB on a limited time basis with conditions, but they can always decide to draw it back, subject to certain conditions. So there's two forms of delegation that are under the education agreement. And there's quite the delegation. I know when we were working on the education agreement, delegation turned out to be quite a complicated topic, more complicated than I was expecting. But it's flexible. It's a very flexible instrument that First Nations can decide to delegate certain things and pull it back, all subject to written agreements and subject to conditions and terms. So that's a brief overview of the lawmaking context and the structures involved. And if there's any questions or comments, I'd be glad to try to answer them. If not, Derek is going to proceed with a more detailed assessment of the local education code, or LEC. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for coming. And I'm going to do a presentation on an overview of local education codes. Again, we had the introduction just now from Mike Sherry, and I'll go a little bit into it. But I think the more interesting part is going to be looking at an actual draft code, which we'll do right after this presentation. It actually may not be that interesting, but anyway, in my mind, it's interesting. But it'll demystify what a local education code can look like. So again, we've got the concept here of a code that's provided for in Chapter 6 of the AIP, which I talked about yesterday. Again, the AIP is what we're building off of to get to a final education jurisdiction agreement. The agreement's still in development, of course, and subject to further consultation, then of course ultimately to ratification. And you see the note here, ratification stage is probably 2 years away, practically speaking, given the amount of engagement that's required to ensure that your leadership and members understand what it's all about. So as Mike pointed out, Our local education code is a First Nation law, however, very different from everyday education laws that may be passed by First Nations in the years to come. Now, the code, again, Mike touched upon this, is a fundamental or a constitutional document. And what it does, it sets out the basic structures, education structures, sets out basic principles, and maps out the lawmaking procedure going forward. Our friends in the Anishinaabe Nation, they have what they call a constitution. Our education code is very much like that. We're just calling it a different thing, but fundamentally it's the same thing. It sets out the rules of engagement to create laws. And again, it's one of those fundamental things that needs to be developed when it comes time to ratify the agreement. Not only are you ratifying the agreement, but you'll be ratifying your own election code at the same time. So just as this slide says. So again, this will be taken to your community. So for your community to vote on this, they need to understand it, right? They need to be a part of its development. And again, this really just underscores the importance of engagement, of community meetings, of meetings like this, so that people understand and can ask questions and have an informed opinion and make an informed decision on whether or not they want to proceed in joining this new First Nation controlled education system. So again, community vote. Now, because the code is constitutional in nature and is voted on as part of the final ratification process, the amendment procedure for the code should include special protections and procedures. It should not be possible to amend the code in the same way as an ordinary education law. Again, this is a fundamental piece of law, and it shouldn't be subject to amendment by every council coming in. There should be a higher threshold to amend that part of the education code. So as Mike touched upon, the code has to address certain required elements. These elements will be set out in the education agreement. However, there is room for your community to add certain things if it wishes. Things like language, learning, things like land-based learning, making that a requirement for your schools to ensure that they form part of the curriculum. And we're going to go through a template as this slide illustrates here, and we can talk a bit about what that could look like in your community. Now, the process to develop your code is up to each First Nation and is subject to overall management by the Chief and Council. The community may want to include special roles for elders, women, youth, teachers, education officials, and others. Process should be open to all members. The federal government doesn't really, is sort of indifferent to what's in your code, so long as there are certain things in it. So there's broad flexibility here for communities to add what they wish to the code. Bearing in mind, it's a document that you'll have to work with for many, many years. So you don't want to make it too inflexible either. Let's see. You've seen that one. Okay, and the other sort of guideline here, I guess, would be that the code, of course, has to be consistent with the education agreement. The fundamental premise here is that the PFNs have primary jurisdiction over local education, and this again flows from the inherent right to self-government as set out in Section 35 of the Constitution. Now, in developing your code, again, it's a fundamental document for lawmaking in your community. Legal counsel will be available to PFNs who request that assistance in the development of their codes. You can rely on your own legal counsel you have today as well, if you like. Another thing to be mindful in terms of a guardrail when developing your code is you have to consider the cost and liability implications of any obligations contained in your code. You don't want to create a law that is impossible for your education authority to carry out, or that is going to be of put a high cost burden on your education authority. So you have to be mindful of the costs you're injecting into your local education system when creating your own laws. And again, I mentioned this yesterday too. Not only will we be negotiating the jurisdiction agreement, but there's a fiscal financial agreement that will be a part of this too, to actually fund the system, including the services and schools in your community. And is that okay? Here's some of the required elements. So, as I mentioned before, we are still negotiating here with Canada. We do have draft chapters that we're looking at, but it's still in development. We need, as I mentioned yesterday, direction from communities on certain things, particularly the management and direction of the TWAB and what it does. We need some direction there. So as we continue these engagements, we'll be putting questions in front of folks for feedback on getting that direction. And, as we hopefully develop some consensus around some points, we will build that into the education agreement. And as part of that will be the requirements of your local education code. Okay, so section 6 of the draft agreement right now sets out certain elements. We'll go through these. They're here. They're in the presentation that Mike just did as well. But number one, you guys probably already have this: the establishment and operation of education institutions and structures. Things like your education authority. Most communities probably have that already, or they have a committee that's in charge of delivering education. So you've got these bodies more likely established now. So those will continue and will be reflected in your education code. So we touched upon some of these elements here. A lot to think about here, right? It's important to remember, however, that all of the listed topics are described in very general terms. So while these elements of the list have to be addressed in a code, the First Nation, again, has flexibility in terms of the exact precise content. For example, there has to be an appeal process, but the design of that process is wide open and up to each community to design. So again, this will require you to engage with your members on what these required elements will look like on paper and in practice. Again, just a slide here on additional elements that can be added. How some things may be best dealt with in terms of regulations or policies to give greater flexibility to the First Nation to amend over time. So the code, really should be difficult to amend. So you don't want to put too many detailed instructions or laws in there. Maybe some of those things are best left for regulations and policies, which have a lower threshold to amend. Again, we'll arrive at those decisions, upon further engagement with you and your communities. Some optional elements here we throw out include education standards, the process to develop policy, interaction with the TWAB, the role of various parties, folks like elders, students, teachers, administrators, the roles of principals or second level services, relationship with the province, stat limits, and dealing with other groups like LGBTQ2S. Templates for required and additional elements may be helpful as long as they do not get in the way of local creativity. Again, we want to share with you what a template or what a draft local education code could be. But again, it's very much a template. We're not suggesting that this is what your final education code will look like. So we're not going to take questions and comments yet, but we're going to turn it back over to Mike, who's going to run through a sort of, like I say, a draft education code, which does contain some of the elements that are featured now in the current draft of the education agreement. Again, subject to the premise that there's room for communities to tailor to what they wish to have in there. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, thanks, Derek. So this last document that we'll be taking a look at, and of course, these, I think we already have some of the documents, but anything that you don't have, we can provide afterwards. So this last document is a draft sample education code. And just in terms of some opening comments, I mean, it's just a template, it's just an example. Like it's kind of a push and pull thing, is that our sense is that people would like to see a template, have a better idea of what a local education code looks like, because it's something new, at least in the Anishinaabe Nation, First Nation context. So that when you look at the section of the draft education agreement, it just lists off a series of topics. So because it's new, you know, for some people, it may be a bit confusing or mystifying or whatever. So that we thought it would be useful to develop one or more templates so people can see, oh, this is okay, this is what our local education code looks like. So that's a good thing. But on the other hand, the risk is that with these templates is that, I mean, the worst case scenario would be that when we cut a year or two from now, when we get to hopefully the ratification stage, and when you look at the collection of local education codes, that they all look the same, you know, they're drafted by one or two people. So that would not be a very good outcome, I don't think, for anybody, because the agreement provides for so much flexibility. It only lists topics, and within those topics, First Nations are free to design their systems as they choose, based on their traditions, values, precedents as they choose. So it's really a situation where you want, I think everybody wants creativity. So because if the systems suit the local First Nations, then they're more likely to be successful, as opposed to a template that's, drafted by a lawyer or two. But anyway, so that's a kind of push and pull on this. But we decided that it would be a good idea to get at least one or two templates out there for people to see what they might look like, but without having that sort of cookie cutter effect, as I mentioned earlier. So the provision in the education agreement lists actually the total number is 9 required elements. Some of them are overlap a bit. So this sample code deals with those 9 required elements, because that's what has to be done in the education code, plus the optional elements. And this is just one way of looking at things. So obviously, in every single element, there are different ways of approaching it. So in the very first one, this first subheading is the lawmaking institutions. And the way this model or template is put together is that it's very much a chief and council model, so that it's the chief and council in control of the lawmaking process and the education in general. So it's chief and council that's ultimate in control of passing laws, developing laws, and administering the system. But it provides, this template provides that the chief of council is obliged to set up what it's called a local education authority, another acronym LEA, but there's no magic in that name. The First Nation can decide to call it whatever it wants, including traditional name. But the basic idea is to create that there be an obligation under this particular model or example would be that there's an obligation on chief and council to create an advisory body that will provide advice and recommendations on education matters, including draft education laws. And there's detail in the template that describes that there would have to be one representative chief and council, representative parents, the principal, elders, youth, and those would be the minimum members. But then the chief and council can appoint other members. So obviously the idea is to have something representative, strictly advisory, no decision-making power, but in practice, the local education authority, or whatever you decide to call it, can become quite influential and powerful in terms of working with the chief and council, also working with the school authorities. In practice, it could the education authority could also end up working with the tribal council, secondary services, and that kind of thing. So that's the model that's laid out here, but it's, as I said, it's just one approach. There's probably, in theory, 1,000 approaches to take on this. For example, another idea would be to create another idea of a local education authority that would just be chief and council working with people. Another model, another in the spectrum, you could create something like a local education authority that would have decision-making power and not just advisory power. So that's possible too. So it's quite a spectrum, but this one, just to put it on paper so you can see it, is one where the local education authority it has to be created, but it would be strictly advisory or have recommendation power, not decision-making power. The second subheading, which is correlates with the second required element, is the lawmaking process. And this is, of course, is a really interesting one. And again, it's in terms of what the First Nation decides to do. Of course, First Nations have, for thousands of years, have been making laws based on their traditional lawmaking jurisdiction, and also more recently laws of the more Canadian kind, bylaws and that kind of thing. So there's a lot of experience and precedents that a First Nation can draw on in terms of establishing a process. So as opposed to having something theoretical, you would normally want your lawmaking process to reflect what you've been doing over the decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years. But this particular model, just to put something down on paper for you to look at, or at least on the screen, is one where the idea is that there will be a mandatory 1-year process to develop a law. So it would start off with a notification. Somebody, perhaps in the local education authority, would have an idea, or it could be the principal, it could be anybody, a citizen that has an idea, and it's brought to chief and council, and it's a good idea, and people think about it, and at some point it becomes firmer than that. And then, so what this procedure provides is that there's an official written notice that's sent out by the chief of council or their administration office that says that that identifies the idea, the scope of the idea, maybe not the text of the law at that point, that's too early, but that's something that gives people an appropriate written notice that chief of council is thinking about a certain kind of education law, say on curriculum. And so people are notified, and that at least according to this model, that gets the clock ticking, where the law cannot be passed by chief and council for an entire year. And within that year, again, this is just an example. It provides that there's a minimum of 3 membership meetings that have to occur to discuss the law. The chief of council also has to get a legal opinion to avoid any legal risks. And the chief and council also has to obtain a cost-benefit analysis and in terms of the law, the implications of it. And that's just on a point that Derek just made, is that, which is really important in terms of the local education program. It's really important to consider cost-benefit in terms of actual laws, because under the inherent authority under this education agreement, the First Nations over the decades pass as many of these laws as they want, dozens and dozens of laws. But the thing is that when a law is passed, depending on the content of the law, that law becomes binding on the First Nation. So just like a simple example is that if a law says that the First Nation has to do this, and a whole series of things and standards, because that becomes legally binding on the First Nation. So if the First Nation doesn't meet those standards, then it could become liable for damages in terms of litigation brought by parents and other people in the system. So one has to be really careful about that kind of thing, because just because under this model, just because you pass a law, number one, and there's no guarantee that there will be funding for it from the federal government or the province. That has to be negotiated. And also a law can create, it can do good things, that's for sure, but a law can create liability for the First Nation. So all those things have to be carefully considered. So the thinking behind this 1-year idea is that gives everybody time to think about it, to get independent advice and get community input before passing a law. I suppose it doesn't really take into account emergency circumstances, but based on what I've seen in different areas with regard to laws, it usually takes quite a long time to develop them. So a year sounds like kind of a reasonable period. I suppose there could be exceptional circumstances, but so the year is almost it's arbitrary. It could be 13 months, it could be 11.5 months, but a year is a number. But that's the purpose of it, is to basically allow people to think about it before a law is passed. and to make sure that there's that, reflection on it. There's different ways of getting at that kind of thinking process. One model that I've seen over the years is that it calls for 3 readings of the law, but that's very much based on the Canadian model, the Canadian parliamentary model. So I personally don't like it very much because, it's so like this whole idea is to develop and codify a First Nation lawmaking system that respects tradition values. So it just seems a little bit disappointing to really go to, exactly what the federal parliament does. But that's, just my personal perspective. If people like that model, then that's fine. It's just a different way of getting at the same objective of a careful decision-making process before a law is passed. So that's the basic lawmaking procedure in this model. The second 2 items are combined financial and political accountability. So in terms of lawmaking, the process that I just described does cover off accountability in general terms to make sure that people know what's happening, will have input, that kind of thing. The sample law here provides for general information sharing on what's happening with the education system. That material the information is available to members electronically and at the office. Of course, there's certain exceptions in the education area, in particular, maybe not so much as health, but certainly in the education area, there's a lot of private and confidential information in terms of students and how they're doing. So that kind of information would not be publicly available to the members, but we're talking about general information about all the laws that are passed, the regulations, the policies, aggregate data in terms of how the school is doing and performance-wise, that kind of thing. So, guarantee of reporting at membership meetings, in terms of general membership meetings and also special membership meetings, if there's some education issue that's very current. Also, there's provision in the sample LEC that provides for open access to the local education authority meetings. So unless they're discussing confidential information like a personnel matter or a student performance, local education authority meetings will be open to the members to watch and listen to and perhaps participate in certain question and answer sessions. So that's accountability. Similarly, the next element, information and privacy. So the general concept of this model is an open door, open information to members, not non-members, but the open door in terms of general information, subject to the usual exceptions for privilege information like legal advice and also private information, personnel files, that kind of thing that would not be disclosed, but general information will be generally available to the members electronically and physically at the office. Conflict of interest is the 6th required element. So pretty standard here in terms of sample. If there's a conflict or a perceived conflict in terms of financial or personal interests, that the official involved could be a member of the local education authority, chief and council, maybe even a school official, perhaps in some situations, that person would of course have to withdraw from the decision, the discussion and the decision-making process. We did put some wording in the sample to sort of focus on direct. The word is direct, that might have to be defined, but direct financial and personal interest, because whereas it would not necessarily cover indirect overlaps, because the thing is that in some communities, especially smaller communities, that everything is so interconnected that if the conflict of interest test is too strict, everybody will be recused and you would just have empty rooms. So it would not be, that wouldn't be very functional. So the test has to take into account circumstances like that. The next required element, number 7, is the dealing with the process of delegation. And as I indicated earlier, that ended up being quite a complex discussion for the relation to the education agreement. And I guess it's really around building, as they say, guardrails, that there's a lot of flexibility in the current version of the education agreement around delegation, so that it's First Nations can keep everything in-house. They don't have to delegate anything except for the arrangement with regard to the TWEB. But beyond the TWEB, everything is open. So First Nation can decide to keep everything, delegate nothing. Or First Nation can decide to delegate some or a lot, whether to neighboring First Nation that they have an agreement with, or it could be to a tribal council, or even TWEB. But there are just certain protections built in here into the sample that reflect what we talked about earlier, which is it has to be in writing, it has to be subject to certain conditions. There might be financial issues, and ultimately, this kind of delegation, there always has to be a mechanism to end the delegation and bring the authority back to the First Nation. But that can be subject to conditions. You know, for example, the delegation can be for 3 years to allow people to organize their affairs and hire people and so forth and so on. But at the end of the 3 years or 4 years or whatever the term is, that the First Nation would have the right to bring the authority back, so it would not be permanent. So all these things would have to be put into a delegation agreement, a written delegation agreement. These would have to be, unless there's confidential matter, these delegation agreements will be available to the members to look at, and they will also be shared with TWEB. TWEB wouldn't have any kind of veto over these things, but it's just designed to share information within the system. So TWEB and First Nations know what's going on. The next element required with regard to local education code is language and culture. So this is very much up to the First Nation, depending on its traditions, values, and in terms of how it wants to promote and maintain language and culture and related elements. And there's all kinds of practices that we've already heard a lot about land-based learning, which is very, very prominent today. And of course, specialist language teachers and the role of the others. So all that can be built into the local education code and detailed later on by the First Nation. But this is very much up to each First Nation, because of course you have different cultural values, different languages, different approaches to things. So there should be flexibility for new approaches. You know, in the last few years, of course, land-based learning has been heavily emphasized, but 10 years from now, there may be some other, obviously that's always going to be there, but 10 years from now, there may be some other kind of philosophy or approach to this area that might be more current. Final required element that is listed here in the template of the sample is appeals. And this is one that, as Derek indicated, in the discussions that we had up to a certain point, the federal government really didn't have a whole lot of interest in such things as the local education code and First Nation laws. They view that as up to First Nations to decide. They have a lot of interest in other issues like money, but in terms of First Nation jurisdiction and how it's split between TWEB and First Nations and local education codes and First Nation laws, the federal perspective is that is basically up to First Nations and their members to decide. So there's a lot of flexibility. On appeals, having said that, with regard to appeals, the federal government generally has an interest in accountability and appeals and so forth and so on. But this is an area where I think one has to be careful, because if you build an elaborate appeal mechanism, it can lead to a lot of litigation and court cases and legal costs and that kind of thing. So appeals in certain situations are okay, but it has to be kept sort of to a dull water in order. So that's not the only thing you're going to be doing is handling litigation. So in this particular sample, the idea is that the appeal right is limited and kept very much internal. So that in terms of political decisions by the chief and council, that's not appealable, because those are political decisions. It's not something that should end up in an appeal process. There's politics, there's the elections, that's how that's handled. Same with, in a different way, is very administrative decisions by education officials, principals, teachers, decisions about classrooms and placement of kids and tests and that sort of thing. That's all very precise administrative expert type decision making that should not be appealable. The one category that's left over in this particular sample, which is just an example, is decisions, undefined really, is decisions that are made by the system, the education system, that have a direct financial or personal impact on a particular individual. It's hard to, foresee exactly what that would be, but there's over the decades, there are bound to be instances where you get decisions like that in the system. So in those very narrow situations, the sample allows for a person to take a grievance or an appeal, or whatever you want to call it, to the local education authority and have that try to, if it's not resolved there, it's taken to the chief and council, and that's where there will be a final result, good, bad, or indifferent. You might, one reaction might be that that's sort of a, not necessarily, depending on your perspective, that's not necessarily a great appeal system because it's all kept internal and nobody independent really gets involved. But on the other hand, it does keep it looking at the flip side of the coin, it does keep it local. It's controlled by the First Nation. The idea is to resolve it at the local First Nation level. And the First Nation, the chief and council, always bring in local resources that are, for example, elders or an elders council or a facilitator, someone like that, to try to work it out locally. If someone's not satisfied with that, I mean, there is the Canadian court system that's available, which of course has lots of negative aspects to it, but it's not possible for us in this kind of a statutory agreement to prevent people from having the right in certain situations to go to court. So that's just out there. But the concept here is that these kinds of grievances and appeals will be dealt with by the First Nation, in particular, chief and council. And just to close off on these are the requirements that they have to be dealt with, and then the others is just an example. Maybe but at the end of the sample code, there's a listing of 2 or 3 ideas of optional elements, and this is not a closed list. I mean, there could be 1,000 different things that First Nation would want to add to its local education code or its local constitution. But just to give you some ideas, the ones that are listed here is number one is some sort of a provision in the Constitution that deals with thinking about technology, the kind of technology that's available that people became more familiar with during COVID, to try to put some emphasis on technology, future technology, to use that as a support for the system going forward, to access some resources that are difficult to access, especially in remote situations. So that's one idea for an optional element. Another one is finance, because obviously one of the huge topics that's yet to be really negotiated as part of the education agreement is the financial package. And but I think as a couple of people already said, is that you're never going to get exactly what you want. So there's always more money is always required to do this and that. So one option in the local education code would be some sort of a financial section that would have some concepts in there where the First Nation could try in various ways to supplement the basic financial package with investment, financing, foundations, that kind of thing. And finally, the last example of an optional element is something that you see out there is the idea of First Nation promoting a link to a school or two in the mid-north or the south, some sort of a link, a relationship with the school, maybe even in another province or another country. That would be positive and beneficial for both schools in terms of sharing information, resources, and ideas. So it's really a really creative angle, and I find it quite exciting in terms of, like, once you get beyond the required elements, is that the first element, First Nation can add any number of optional elements into its constitution, which should be priorities for it to, in terms of lawmaking and administration in the years and decades going forward. But just to emphasize a point that Derek made, was that it's important to recognize that this context for local education code is a constitution. So you want to keep things general and flexible, and because you don't want to always be going back to trying to amend your local, your constitution. That's not a very productive exercise. So general ideas, principles, just like the Canadian Constitution. But keep it at a general level and create flexibility, but still have those core values in there. Okay, that's basically the sample, but hope that's helpful, and thanks for your patience. I would be glad, and Derek would be glad, I think. Or if there are any questions or comments. Okay. Okay, thank you. No.
Also known as Brian Star. Also known as Brian Gooselegs. Anyway, I'm from Morgan Falls. It's also known as a Goki Post. I'm just here helping out Bentley to MC. I know some of you have seen me floating around in my gray suit. So usually before getting on the mic for events, I like to do some research on like speakers and guest presenters. I usually try to get some information about them, and so I can tease them and make them feel part of the family. Usually I like to try to find out pictures of bad hair days, questionable fashion choices. Like last year, I thought I looked good in 90s mom jeans, but nobody could take me seriously. And the kids couldn't even look at me without laughing. And I thought I looked good in a mullet recently. Apparently not. Just end up looking like my dad. I know, it's a disaster. So I just wanted to thank you guys all for coming here, and I just feel the love and care everybody has for education, for our children and families. And I too share those priorities and goals. So I'm going to welcome the next activity. So as you can see on the agenda, it's called the Local Education Code Group Activity. So please welcome Jocelyn Chichu, who is the Education Jurisdiction Manager, and Serenity Perry, the Research Coordinator. Get you, Rich.
Good morning, everybody. Basil's going to be handing out our, we have a handout for the activity we're going to be doing for the next little while. I believe we're ahead of schedule a few minutes, which makes both our MCs very happy, I think. So as Basil's going around, as you heard from both Mike and Dave, we did the presentation on local education codes. And that is going to be work that is going to be rolled out. It's it can seem intimidating. When I heard about it too, I was like, what is that? How are we going to do that? How are we going to get, communities to get involved, parents, students, education staff, leadership, it's intimidating, especially when you're lawmaking, especially when you don't have a legal background. So for this activity, we want to begin to pull together, work a bit with the idea of a template, but starting from the beginning, what would you do with your communities as whether if you're an education director or if you're leadership or education staff, or if what Brian will speak about later, if it's going to be a community-based coordinator. So for this, we're going to talk about necessary, what's the early days of building the local education code for your community. As part of this activity as well, we're hoping that this is going to be the beginning for that work. So we're looking for feedback from you on this handout that Basil's working around to get to your tables. And we're going to be having each table be its own community. So, work with your seatmates there, your neighbors at your table to work through this activity. It's broken into 3 parts. So we're going to work with part 1, and we were thinking about this as we were creating it and how much time we think, people would need to, begin discussing some of these ideas, what they want to see in their local education code, the values they want to have for it, the vision they have for their communities, their schools, their students, and so on. So the first part is building your community input. So that will look at kind of like the big vision picture. You'll see on page 2 there that the components that you need to include in your local education code. Roles and functions are critical to what roles and functions are critical to education administration, the outcomes you'd like to see. And we included some guiding questions there for your tables, aka your communities, to discuss amongst yourselves what you think you'd like to see in that in part 1, the building your community input. Part 2 is going to look at community processes, right? We all have some similarities, but there are some differences amongst our communities, and we all have, our ways of doing things. So that we'll look at that process, and Serenity will speak to that when we finish part 1. And then part 3 is looking at ratification, and this is what I believe Derek and Mike had spoke about, that communities will need a local education code to ratify if they want to accept the agreement or not. And then we scheduled in some time for some feedback. So we want to hear from each of the tables, your communities, some of the key points, issues, and any considerations that arise through your discussion. So we're going to work with this document for the next little while. We're going to, I think it's 11:30. We're going to try to get part 1 done. So after all of these, we run through these parts, we'll get to the feedback, which will be after lunch. But we also want to schedule in some time too, because we've done a lot of presentations and speaking to the work that needs to happen, or, what's coming up, I guess, the path forward. And we'd like to hear from, you, if you have any comments or concerns or questions. We're going to have some time for that as well after lunch before we begin the community-based presentation, which Brian will be doing. So with that, I think I covered. So this is, so I think I covered everything we have for part 1 to begin. So we scheduled in 20 minutes for that. I'm not sure if tables that have smaller groups, if you wanted to buddy up, I'll leave that up to you if you wanted to join another table, or if you're good as is with a smaller table, that's fine too. So at the end of part 1, you should have your group's education law, or your community's education law on page 4 there. And there's a sample on page 5 of that. So I'll leave you to that for 20 minutes. 20 minutes rolls around. We'll wrap that up and we'll roll into part 2, which Serenity will speak to. All right. Let's start part 1. Right, so it's 11:30. Yeah. So maybe we can go around and okay. And then is there a little bit more time or yeah. And then you can turn to the next.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome everyone. I hope you're enjoying part one of the local education code activity. I'm gonna just discuss part two that's coming up there. If you're still on part one, don't worry about it. There's lots of time. Part two deals with the community role and the responsibilities of the community. As the community moves to create their education code, they will think about their aspirations and expectations for the local education code. How do we ensure that the code reflects the needs and aspirations of the community as a whole? Lawmaking at the community level encompasses the creation of law from the perspective of the community. The community takes on the role of the maker, coming together to make the laws that will serve as the defining structure of the education system and operations at the community level. As the makers of the law, the community has the opportunity to direct the creation of law. How do we ensure that the education code captures a range of need and issues that impact the operation of the education system? Why does each community need to create an education law? A critical component of the education jurisdiction program is that each participating First Nation will create their own education laws to support local governance, defining the parameters of their education system and structure of operations. In order to ratify the final agreement, the First Nation must have a local education code in place. Some goals of the First Nation education code are improved student outcomes, accountability, standards and services that support the delivery of quality education at the community level, and continuity in learning. Another feature that we will discover in part two is confidence in the system. Building confidence in the system. Confidence in the system is dependent upon accountability and legitimacy. In order to participate in the education agreement, community members will be asked to vote based on their confidence of the education system, as well as those tasked with directing operations on a day-to-day basis. The local education code establishes the structures and policies to support the delivery of education services and programming, instilling confidence that the school will operate within the confines of the local education code. And First Nation education authorities will function as per policy established within the local education code. Ratification of the local education code by the community ensures that the code is enacted for the purpose of guiding and directing education operations and activity at the community level. Transparency is critical to ensuring confidence within the system. Through this lawmaking activity, community members are invited to participate in the First Nation local education code creation process, recognizing that they are tasked with defining the parameters of the governance and at the community level in key areas. The TWEB is a body that provides oversight for the education system. Committees and working groups also serve as structures that provide input, recommendations, and feedback that support oversight and improve the efficacy and operation of the system. Another aspect that we will discover when we go through this activity is enforcement, which is a critical piece of the local education code. Enforcement of the local education code ensures that the code remains an effective tool in directing and informing educational activity and processes at the community level. Mechanisms in place provide clear direction as well as define the parameters of process and practice, so that the First Nation education authorities, educators, and administrators are well informed and abide by the terms of the code in their daily activities. Enforcement mechanisms ensure that all who are subject to the terms of the code abide by them, working together to deliver educational programming and services, their roles and responsibilities shaped and defined by the policies and protocols contained in the local education code. So for part two, those three elements you'll be tasked with just looking at them and developing policies around them. So if you need any assistance, we'll be around the room. Enjoy. If you have any questions, just bring them to us. Thank you. Yeah. 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 We don't want to see them. Yeah.
So I know Serenity covered quite a bit there. So the plan is we're going to work on this and we'll take a bit of time after lunch as well. I know some tables might still be talking about part one. Great to hear the discussion. So when lunch is set up, we'll make an announcement to break and we'll break for an hour then. But Carolyn, continue. It's good to hear people talking.
intention for a minute. No, what story to tell you? Quite a few years back, and there was a soccer game. I'll call it soccer game. We used to call it different in our language. There was a soccer game that was going on in Hearst, town of Hearst. And somebody said that Duplessis or whatever the usually Premier of Quebec way back then, he was invited. And so before, of course, before everything starts, you're dealing with a lot of French people. And they said, well, we're going to start off with God Save the Queen. The back it was in those days. God Save the Queen, by the way, we all have to learn it in school, you know, and then it was back in the colonial days. Anyway, Duplessis is introduced. He says, he talks in French, and of course, a lot of us couldn't understand him. But when in English, he says, you know, he said, I'm very happy to be here today. Really happy. He said, my job is to kick the ball for the opening of the game today. And he said, next year, if you have the same, what do you call it? Same game, I'll be very happy to come back and kick your balls. Anyway, on that note, we're gonna get ready for what they called get ready for lunch. I'm gonna ask Lucy to come up and bless the food before we start. Lucy, pleasure.
Let's stand for bless the food. Shema dogak sarsin. Gnak kumugogak ishi kanen pshia kogak shibag. Magama uchitiak. So endan swimming ka atomagwag. Skauzim smedji juji ayayak chimiskagyak. God our Father, we give you thanks for this food you have provided for us. We ask you for renewed strength and grace for this afternoon. I pray this in your name. Amen.
Okay, it's buffet. You can help yourself, and then we'll come back and start. So for those of you that are going to go smoke or something, we'll start at 1:15 this afternoon. Okay, we're gonna get going for the afternoon session. The question answer period of the local election code is we're gonna move in that part agenda. And we have Jocelyn and Serenity ready for any kind of questions that people may have. Like, I don't know if we're gonna go into the third part of the presentation after that. Okay, so you're gonna be up here to make a third part to the election code. So if we come so that we can get on with the business here that we have this afternoon. You know, people ask me a lot of times about why I wear a hat. I always wear a hat all the time. It's not because I mean, I only wear new hair. That's not because of that. It's because it's a lot warmer in the winter time to wear a hat. So, because I don't have the hair to cover my head, so just wanted to share that with you. So it's not out of disrespect that I wear a hat. It's, as a matter of fact, I have a lot of respect for the people of the Sinaviski Nation. And I have a lot of respect for people that come in and to this conference too, also. Our visitors from yesterday. And into the future, as we develop these, what do you call it, different things that we need to do. So as a former manager, director of the program, there's one thing that I've always, I said that as a manager, and I said that when I was a director, and I'll say it again today, because what we have to think about is the children when we're doing these things. They're the most important element. I know other things are important, money and all of that's important, yeah, but the children are most important. I want you to think about that when you're going through your work this afternoon. So, okay, so Jocelyn, how do you want to handle that? Do you want to go to the third part right away then?
Don't need that now. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to speak quickly to part 3, ratification, what it all leads up to. When the community comes together to vote. There are 3 guiding questions for you to consider as a part of this activity. They are there any existing ratification processes within your community that you know of? How will you ensure community participation in the ratification process? How will your community ratify the local education code? Basically, what we're doing right now is how do we get to this point? So that work we're doing right now, engagement will be a big part of it. So there will be 5 minutes. I think we're going to give you about 20 minutes more on this activity, and then 5 minutes we thought it would take for ratification. After that, we will be asking tables to share what they have discussed. So elect somebody in your group that is willing to speak to the issues that you've discussed. If you have any questions, again, we're here for you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What they did in their activity.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we doing here? Are we going through the whole thing?
Yes, yeah.
Mike.
Page 4, right, on our law.
Yeah,
Is that what you're looking for?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
And any feedback you have on the activity and exercise?
This is part one. Of the education law.
Yeah. No.
Hello. Hi, everybody. We've started to wrap up our discussions for the local education code activity. So we're going to be coming to each of your tables with the mic, and if you're feeling, you're up for sharing some of your insights, the law you worked on as your table/community, please share with us. As always, this is kind of a favorite part. I think we all want to hear what each other thinks, and I think you've all had time to share amongst your tables where you're from, what your experiences are. So I'm looking forward to this part, and also anything, feedback you might have on the exercise and direction for us, the team, would be much appreciated. So we'll start with this table right here.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Wesley. It's my group here. So for our group's education law, we have what we put down was school level curriculum will be empowered through language and culture. It will represent the community and the building of positive student identity through students, community members, and staff, the education staff. Okay. For the TWEB, be responsible for adapting the OCT standards to meet cultural authority. Sorry, give me a second. Where are we? Okay, so for part two, community processes. First question is, how do we ensure legitimate participation of the community in the development of local education code? Well, we need to have committees in place. The local educational authority has to be open to the public, and also we'll have panels. Part two, identify ways in which a group's educational supports the delivery of education programs and services. Do that through curriculum, policies and procedures, have roadmaps in place, professional development and further education as well. What structures within the community are in place to support the lawmaking process? Well, we have the local education authority, right? We may have like a parents council in place, elders committee, youth council. We also have the web. So, who in your community should participate in the lawmaking process? We put down everyone. Everyone should be, the whole community should be empowered, right? So who in your community should be responsible for reviewing the proposed law? We have the local education authority, elders, youth, parents, chief and council. What timelines do you need for this lawmaking process? 1 year, and also want to revisit it maybe every year or so, just to make sure things are on the right track and you can use your best practices and whatnot. So what are some ways in which your community can participate in the education lawmaking process? There are a lot on our list here. So we have surveys. You can do forums with incentives like food and prizes. You can use the radio, the local radio station, social media. You can go door to door, home visits, info sessions. You can have booths in place at different community gatherings, things like that. Okay. So I'm looking at was it guiding questions? Okay, so there needs to be transparency in every step, right? You got to be accountable to the community members. So how will the First Nations education code improve confidence within the system? Well, there needs to be local development in place and local control, right? There has to be milestones set in place and you have to be able to reach them, right? And you can, like I said, best practice, and you can also omit the stuff that doesn't work, right? So some oversight mechanisms must be in place. We have transparency and the ability to adapt. This one. So for the last part, some of the guiding questions, like how do we ensure compliance? What mechanisms need to be in place to ensure enforcement? Are there established process? So this is what we had. You need to have like transitional pieces and you be able to recap and revisit yearly to adjust and adapt. So you can have you have like orientation in place. You need to have a good training and delivery, personal growth, personal development, evaluations. We put down a community buddy system, right? So if there's educators coming in from off reserve from different areas of the country, you assign them a person from the community to help them out, you know, get them oriented to the community, and you know, you have to have good goal setting and also consistent leadership. There's always the turnaround in the different organizations and all that. So, all right. Guiding questions. Are there any existing ratification processes within your community? How will you ensure community participation, etc.? So you have local authorities, local education authorities in place.
involved local politics. It says here, feed them, prize them, vote, celebrate, honor, and bless the code. So last one was, what are some areas of consideration that come to mind? What about resistance? What kind of resistance will you come across in the community? And you just got to remember that it is for the kids, for the children. And you also got to remember treaty rights and I guess local laws and things like that. Yeah.
Miigwech.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi. Is there anyone at your table that wants to speak to just what you discussed? Anything.
I think there was.
Okay, well, we can. Hey. Is there anyone at your table that wants to just discuss what you've discussed and any of the answers you came up with?
I will.
Okay, thank you very
I
much.
won't speak to the questions, but I will explain
Okay,
who I
sure.
am and why I'm here. Rajay, my name is Joanne Pezzo, and I'm with the Missinabbi Cree First Nation. I sit on council and my education is my portfolio. Missinabbi Cree was just recently granted land base about 4 years ago, maybe 5. And so we're just in the midst of planning our community, planning the infrastructure, housing, et cetera, that comes with community building. And so my goal here is to learn everything that I can about education and the system on within our communities. So it's empowering and enlightening to me to be able to sit at this table with the experts that are here. And with that, I'm going to pass it on and one of them, or maybe all 3 of them, will answer the questions. Miigwech. Sorry, passing the buck.
Okay, well, our group didn't get too far, but we kind of echo the same sentiments as Wes's table, is focusing on the language and cultural pieces within the school system. And we can chime in whenever you want. So a lot of I guess it's just to garner a lot of the information from community members through community engagement. And then this through different means, whether it's social media, door to door, community engagement forums. Let's see. So the purpose was to sustain and retain the language and cultural practices within the community. And the intent is to empower the students and the community members and I guess the school system itself. So I guess one of the items was to provide training and mentorship with educators, ultimately giving ownership and control for the community in terms of delivering services for the students. Therefore, strengthening their identity and self-esteem. So who is accountable? I guess it'll be the CNC Education Board, and then accountable to its members. Karen will take it on.
No, no. No, because I didn't write anything.
Oh, you weren't paying attention. Okay, let's see. Okay, so page 6, what structures within your community are in place to support the lawmaking process? I guess it'll be the education council, elders, knowledge keepers. We also wanted a policy, someone who specializes in policy, just to kind of help navigate a lot of the conversations that are happening. Who should participate? basically everyone that's in the community itself. And then timeline, we didn't really have a defined timeline. I think it just depends on where you're from, your community, where, you know, some members here, they don't have a school in their community, so they have different goals in mind. And that's pretty much it. That's how far we got. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hi. Anyone in the group? Oh, sure. Okay, sure. Hi. Is someone in your group that just wants to speak to what you discussed? Me, just what you discussed too.
Never thought about it. Geez. Okay. Okay, the first one is building your community input. Okay, what's your vision of education system at community level? Okay, placing children first and their education, and it be the first priority about in every section. What components be included in the community local education code, community people involvement? What roles and functions are critical to education? Teachers, training, hiring, and parents. What outcomes do you want to see achieved through the territory-wide system? Community well-being, advancing professional band membership. All right. What are your aspirations and expectations of your community local education code? Successful students in elementary, high school, adult education, and training programs. To be a stepping stone for providing I can't even read my writing here. Providing training and education avenue for community members. How do we ensure that local education reflects the needs and aspirations of community as a whole? Each community member take responsibility. Leaders take responsibility and participate and support the program. Okay. Questions to guide this activity, identify outcomes. I just put their success, that's the outcome we hope to achieve through this success. And also, I don't know, I just put down there, I don't know how the results of this creation of this law was accountable and to whom. But all will depend on people to make it work. Chief and council is accountable for our programs to the people. And the rest. I didn't think I was going to read it. Okay, compulsory attendance. That's the big problem. That's I don't know how we're going to make people understand that is their responsibility to get their kids in school.
Okay, I guess we're rotating. Assessors. Next question then. How do we ensure legitimate participation of the community in the development of the local education code? I guess we have to teach people, the community people, and they have to sort of to have to agree to this education code that is being crafted up. So it has to be agreed as a group. Identify ways in which groups education law supports the delivery of education programs and services. So you have to work with agreements. So you have to do partnerships to support people because you can basically work with people. Structures structure of course we have authorities. So system is so and also you have to education. Some say that basically the system that's so stages of this process. Wasting time teaching their culture. Things like we're trying to meet the timelines, so it's important that you don't leave everything out. So that's why it's critical in this way when you create something like education law. I think this is what's going to happen in the future. So process, of course, so languages, trying to say that language. The context is embedded within our languages as well. Okay, confidence in the system. How will the First Nation education code improve confidence in the system? So you have to provide a guidance, some kind of a guiding document for the community members to review, to discuss amongst themselves. It's not so much always from a legal aspect. I think we have to start thinking from a traditional standpoint of view. We all have opinions in our languages, the way we think. You don't have to think English, in English all the time, but you have to think in your own language. I think this is very important. So that way, it will guide the process to how you want to visualize this important movement or whatever it is you may be creating. So I think that's important. What structures, values, and process are needed to achieve the community members' confidence within the education system? I think a lot of the times it gets a little bit intimidating when our people have to read everything in the English context. Like I said, I think the conversations and discussions could be based on in our languages, in our local languages. We have using our translators, our own people in the community. I get confused sometimes when I see a big terminology there, that the high level jargon. You don't understand it, but a lot of the times you have to come to a level where everybody's comfortable. So I think that's very important to note. What oversight mechanisms must be in place to ensure accountability and contribute to confidence within the system? Well, we have some so we have to that is education system. We have to, like I said before, we have to give them an education where to build their confidence, their self-esteem, to provide students with confidence, self-confidence, and also to build excel. We want them to succeed in the education system, or maybe provincial system, or even when they go to a secondary institution. So I think these are very important highlights to what should how we build confidence within the system. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to over now. This is the third. We're going to part 3. Ratification. I guess in the ratification process, are there any existing ratification process within the community? At the moment, we don't have any ratification process. Number 2, how will you ensure community participation in the ratification process? I guess we'll have to do the engagements and also radio shows, and also to look at the referendum process, or have a special meeting where we can ratify the
ratify the law or the code that we're working on. I guess there's two provisions that are identified to which process we can use if we don't have the ratification processes. Number 3, how will the community ratify the local education code? As I said before, it could be by vote, referendum, or a special meeting, because a lot of times our processes have been through special meetings that when we take a vote on something or to get something established, especially our laws. We do usually do that, but there's a lot of consultation necessary via electronic or by radio or by web, things like that. So that's all I have for number 3.
Miigwech, thank you.
Somebody from your group want to speak? Just what you discussed, basically. Okay, we'll move on. Nobody wants to talk. Okay. Okay. They said most of what they said was already said.
So we've, the one table here said that most of their points were covered. I think we have maybe 2 more tables left that who would like to share some comments if they would like to.
Just what you've discussed.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Our table, I think, I may have taken us off track or derailed our conversation at times. Just because, you know, our community itself is a little bit different. We don't have our band status, so we don't have those agreements. So I think just trying to explain that kind of took us off the rail a bit, but it definitely did still hit on the fact that education is important, and all of our students are attending the public system. So when it was brought back to our attention, you know, we want to talk about if you did have a school or if, you know, we had enough population to have a school on reserve, then what would that look like? Some of the key points that we talked about were supports for families, bringing back cultural components to the education system and talking about the land-based learning and how meaningful that is, as well as language, capacity building, but very much keeping all of this in the context of a holistic approach and building confidence within our youth. So that's kind of the notes that we had drafted on question 1, and then as we got into question 2, that's where I took us off the rail. But we talked about what are aspirations and expectations, more importantly, for your community's local education authority or code, and that would be having meaningful communication from the TWEB, and making sure that is communicated, because if we were to look at a larger geographical area like NAN is, how does smaller communities make sure that their voice is heard? So and making sure that we're getting that information back from the TWEB is important. And I'll skip through a couple of pages because I was again off the rails. Community processes. You know, chief and council are a part of the who in your community would be responsible for reviewing the proposed laws. Chief, council, what else? I think portfolio holders to bring that information up, but as well as getting that information out to the community and having those consultation meetings and conversations with memberships. So I don't know where we're at now. Moving into in and around it, because what I heard very much is a lot of the conversation that has been had. So moving into ratification, same deal as what we've heard. The membership and the community is the ones who have to be the ones to support the laws that are being proposed. You know, so that's the community presentations need to be there, and the number would really going back to making sure that the community are well informed, regardless of timelines, have those consultation meetings enough so that the material is meaningfully received and conveyed to the members. Going on to guiding questions, and then part of the conversation, because of the demographics of this table, going into the last question, overall areas of concern or consideration, smaller student population and not having schools on our reserves at this table. Students again are attending the provincial systems, and how do we hold them accountable is by making sure that we have active members at the advisory and at the board level. So those are just our notes. So I don't know if that was, thanks.
Great, thank you.
And I think we have one last table to present.
Thank you.
Me question. I think we did a little bit more like strategizing, the strategizing circle as well. Kind of great, like you, on the table, same thing. Showing that the vision was not just like education, it was more like holistic. And I think that's where we started going down rabbit holes of like, how is this actually going to work? If we are really redesigning the way we do things, it is going to take way more than just saying the education system. It's like, because we spent actually a lot of time talking about even changing the way that the schools run. Like, for example, maybe we're doing 4 weeks of in school learning, and then we're taking a 2-week break, and we're doing that over the course of the year. Versus viewing school, 10 months a year was very much based on that farming model that doesn't embody lifelong learning. And then we said, well, okay, but then the kids are, for two weeks, what are we doing with the parents? Do the chief and council then need to like create a resolution where we're actually looking at a whole model for the community that doesn't involve us working for 9 to 5, working for the weekend, like that kind of ideology. So we really do into a lot of like, okay, if we could do this differently, what would we do? Like, what would we actually do? And how would it be better for our students? And then one of the things that we really were talking about is, as well, I'm jumping at any time, was really around like that our kids can't learn unless they feel safe to do so. So like, we really need to start with our families. We really need to start like connecting. We need to be rooted as Indigenous people, whether you're Anishinaabe or Cree. In this area, we need to be rooted in our culture, in our teachings, all of those things. And again, creating and celebrating that everyone has individual gifts, right? So we talked really a lot about that not everyone learns the same way, that we need to be like innovative in that and celebrating that people do learn differently. But we also wanted to hold each other accountable, and have kind of like clear processes. And we spent a lot of time saying how grateful we were. And I know the table over here was talking about how we have experts. We do have the knowledge, we have the curriculum, like we can lean on some of those wise practices to say these are the best ways. And the Western world could actually learn a lot from our ways of doing and our approaches and the ways that we do things. So I think really it was like we spent a lot of time again thinking about how to like have a student-centered approach, and then wrapping around everything to do that with that. And I understand why this has been a bigger conversation for 20 years, because that it involves changing like a lot of the ways we do things. Like it really involves like us thinking differently about how we approach education, how we structure it, and how it's best for our families and our communities if we are really going to do an overhaul for our faith community, which we were super pumped about. Like if we were going to do a real, or you're starting from scratch, like what are we actually doing, right? So those are the main thing. So that was just page one. So that was like page one for us. Probably took us like 40 minutes. So feedback in the future. I was telling me Jocelyn, we're going to take a day to do this because we're like starting to think through it. It was good. Like it was a good exercise. Like this was really helpful because you know, makes you think and why are we doing it the way that we're supposed to, right? You know, and great points brought up here, like talking about, you know, our family structures are different too, right? And so how do we support like young moms or young dads or single moms and single dads and, you know, all of this when they're, you know, just trying to make sure that our kids are being supported, and structure right now doesn't allow for that, connection. So anyone else want to jump in? Again, school calendar, we got some advice here from our lawyer. We started asking more questions than we had again. Can be done a little different, and the benefit from that. Anyone else? So we got to like 1 and 2, like 1.5. We had a good chat. Like it was really good.
That's great. I think that was the idea when we were putting together these questions. We know, you know, most of us, including myself, I don't have a legal background, right? So I'm not going to be able to write a code. But, you know, coming from our communities and our schools and our students, you know, we have a good idea of what we would like for them to have in the future. So this exercise is trying to capture that and, you know, getting you to talk with each other at your tables and your neighbors and what happens in your communities. With that said, did you want to say anything, Serenity, to wrap things up, or you're good? Okay. We have a few minutes. We're a little ahead of schedule. I just wanted maybe just to open the floor if anybody had any comments or questions. We presented a lot of work today and yesterday on the work ahead for us. There's a question. You ready?
I just wanted to say something. This was some of the folks here don't speak English, so I'm just saying that it's very it's very frustrating sometimes when you can't when you come what people are saying. I'll just explain what I'm trying to say. If I were to saying things in the word, which and folks here will do the same thing. Just like when English is used all this time, and the folks here that they get it, so it's kind of weird. But express something that if this thing comes through, make sure it's translated. Make sure it's translated with any language too. I hate to say this, but I have to say it. Every time stuff I forget the second language. Isn't that what we're talking about today? So I thought I was going to say something. I think I just said what I was going to say about there should have been a translation of the Senate. And next time there's make sure it's there's a translation. And I almost forgot. I was going to say picture from the nations. That was what roles and functions are critical to education administration? Like we said yesterday, from the shoulders. It's underfunded. When it comes, I think we should create a curriculum for all its First Nations. What I'm saying that is that I've asked how many resolutions that this NAN have education around. I asked another question, I said 33. 33. And that's the money. We should have had a curriculum now. If we knew, since we're always talking about curriculum and other stuff. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you for your time.
Language. It's been so long since the enslaving education system was displaced. System. I think we have time for one more, if anybody else wants to share a few words. All right, I think we've wrapped that up. I'm gonna hand it over back to our MCs here to move on to the next agenda item.
As I said earlier, my name is Brian. So as the agenda says, I'll be talking to you guys about community engagement. I just want to go over a little bit of the community engagement activities we've done this past year. So I'll give you guys a little bit of background about me. My name is Brian Achnipaneskam. I'm from Martin Falls First Nation. I was born and raised in Geraldton and spent my summers in the bush near Martin Falls. I also went to school here in Thunder Bay for high school. But nowadays I live here in Thunder Bay. I live here with my son Cole, who is going to be 2 this May. I also have my niece Ariana, who is 12, and Natalie, who is 11. These little people are my world, and I just want to do everything to make sure they have every opportunity to succeed. And I want to make sure that those dreams and hopes they have are attainable. Because I know what challenges wait out there in the world for them. And I know that everything will not be in their favor. But I know what I can do as my part as their parent is give them the skills and tools they need to make the best of every moment of their lives. And I'm raising them to be leaders. I'm raising them to use their voice because it's a powerful thing. I'm raising them to be fearless, to be diverse in their interests and abilities, and not to be restricted by a system telling them they can only be one thing. I'm teaching them to make their dreams and realities and to have passion and love and light in every single thing they do. So in saying that, we're here to talk about education and jurisdiction. Two very heavy words with lots of history behind them. And we're here to talk about community engagement. Okay. I'll give you guys a little fact here, just to start off on a fun note. So throughout the world, many people are familiar with animals serving in the police, particularly dogs and horses. But there are parts in China where they rely on geese because they're loud and disruptive, and they seriously have no chill. I don't know if any of you have ever seen any of the geese around town. But their commotion has deterred criminals for many years. And you know what that means? Never invite a Chinese goose hunting. Because they're part of the police in China. So over the past year, we've done some events here in Thunder Bay. We've also done events in Timmins. And we've had community meetings in Martin Falls. And we're also planning a number of community meetings with other communities like Ganugami, Port Albany, Constance Lake. We've also had the opportunity to meet with leadership in Casablanca, Martin Falls, and also Constance Lake. And yeah, so we're currently planning on visiting Ganugami in a couple of weeks. I'm looking forward to the trip there and looking forward to catch up with Victor and his team. I'm looking forward to talking to the community members about education, hearing what they want to see in an education system, what some of the successes and challenges they've experienced with education in their community. So through these community engagement events, we've done surveys. We've had these surveys as an optional form of getting feedback. But I don't for myself, I don't think we should be doing surveys right now because a lot of the information we're giving, people are hearing it for the first time. And for the first time, you can't really give really good feedback and input. Because a lot of times when you first hear something, you don't think about what you want to say or anything. You're always on the way home. Oh, I should have said that. Or the next day you wake up. Oh, I should have said this or I should have told them that. So I don't think we should be asking for feedback during our first meetings. But nevertheless, we've had it as an option. And it's been good, like we've had almost 100% turnout with feedback at every event. And we incentivize the feedback. We give like prizes, and we give out tickets for every survey they do. So for each presentation, we have surveys, and a lot of the participants just give their first impressions. They give their things that they think they could improve for next time. And they give us their thoughts on what we could focus on next time we come back. Because we are planning on doing summer visits to these communities that I have just mentioned. So I have a couple of comments and questions we've received from community members. Some of which include, maybe we could include a fourth level or another level just for post-secondary. And another thing we've heard multiple times, it's a good idea, it's a good start, and I can't wait to hear more. We've also heard funding for the number of students should be increased. And we also heard that these, like a few times I've heard this, that I still need to hear the presentation a couple more times because I'm not fully understanding what you're trying to say or what you're telling us. Because I know some of the language, there's complex language there. There needs to be more info and visuals on changes. So we've heard that multiple times as well. More information on how the 3 levels relate to the First Nations. We've also heard someone who's attended multiple sessions say this system makes sense if you read it carefully. And a few comments we received from this include there needs to be visuals for you. And you guys need to sessions to discuss what is being presented for us. And you guys need to utilize modern technology to engage with youth. We've also heard that I still am confused on what the 3rd level of the body is. And we've also heard that there needs to be better communication between leadership, LEAs, and schools. And we've heard to include videos. We've also heard that there needs to be more supports and resources for language and land-based education development. So that's just some of the feedback we received through the past year in our community engagement sessions. Like I said, this feedback is just based on their first time hearing these presentations. And a lot of these people are just community members. A lot of them it's their first time hearing a lot of these words and language. So we need to make sure we understand that where this perspective of this feedback is coming from. But I think from this feedback, there's a lot of good advice there. There's some direction. They're telling us what they'd like to hear more about, and they're giving us advice on how we can best engage with them. We need our members to know that this work is going on, and we need their input and feedback, because this agreement signifies a potential change in the way we access education and educational services. One of the things I hope to achieve through this community engagement is to ensure that our people's way of teaching and learning, as well as our traditions, values, and customs, are reflected in this agreement. We continue to need input from community members to ensure that this education system reflects our people's education needs and wants in an education system. Working with community-based coordinators, local education authorities, and our education jurisdiction team, we will support First Nations in the awareness and development of local education codes. So this work is very important, and I want you all to understand the urgency here and that the time is now. Like, we need to start this work yesterday. And the community members need to know that this work is being done. Because there is going to be a time when the community does the ratification vote. And how can we expect them to vote on something if they don't know what it's about? They don't know what's going on. So that's why I've been really actively trying to push to go to these communities, to talk to your community members. I've been working really hard with my assistant Natalie to collaborate and work together, seeing how we can best provide services, how we can best support the work that needs to be done. Just one thing I want to note too also, by taking this funding, the funding we have for the community-based coordinator position, you're not agreeing or committing to anything. This funding is there, it's your community's funding, just to build that awareness at the ground level, at the grassroots. Because they have a right to know. So this work and this funding is there to support it's there to support the development of local education codes, as you guys have heard through the previous activity, and it's there to fund a CBC position in each community. So currently we have 11 communities signed on to participate in the community engagement activities. So once they accept this funding, the work starts to hire a CBC. We when we send each community the terms of reference in the flow through agreement, it states it all there. And in that packet, there is a job description on the role and responsibilities of the community-based coordinator. So a lot of the work this position will be doing is engaging with your community members. Basically doing like small working group sessions, doing youth activities, activities with elders, hosting dinners, and anything that will engage with your community members. And they'll also be collaborating with our team on providing updates to your community members, to your leadership, and collecting feedback. So that feedback will go to our negotiation team. It'll inform their negotiations with Canada. So a bit more about the communities that we have been working with to hire community-based coordinators. In the past couple of years, we were able to have 10 people as community-based coordinators, and there's 39 communities that are supposed to hire people. Because right now, we have 39 communities that have signed onto the agreement in principle to start this work. And that agreement in principle was signed in 2018. That's like 5 years ago. Sorry, I'm bad at math. So and of those 10 people, we've been able to hire 4 full-time coordinators. The remaining 6 were acting in the role. For the communities where we've been able to hire a full-time coordinator, there have been challenges. Like challenges with capacity, space, challenges with local supports. Like a lot of them, a couple of they didn't feel very supported in their community, and there was like no space for them to do their work. So those are just some of the challenges that they've encountered when they were just starting to get the work moving forward. And those communities that we started working with are Ganugaming, Constance Lake, Martin Falls, North Spirit Lake, and Ibematum. Well, that's 5. Yeah, there's 5 people. And we've also had other communities that have had people acting in the role. Those include Bearskin, Muskrat Dam, Tachigo, Matachuan, Misinabi, Matagami, and Wagushik. So each of these communities have had varying levels of participation and involvement in the training and the community engagement meetings we've been doing. And we've had initial discussions with other communities to start this work in their community. Those communities include Nishkigogami, Pasabonica, and Yabuntum. All these coordinators, they've had various challenges and barriers in the hiring and in the retaining of those community-based coordinators. I'm sure you're all aware of the challenges we experience in our communities with keeping staff, with hiring, building awareness that we're hiring for people. Like I did a community visit back home to Martin Falls, and there was probably 12 or 15 job postings, and they've looked like they've been sitting there a while. I'm not sure how many other communities are like that, but I see a problem, and it's not going to go away soon. That's why I want to be proactive in starting to do that work to build that awareness and start informing our membership that this work is being done. So I think it's also important to mention, as we move forward with the hiring of community-based coordinators, not every community will be able to hire one. Not every community will have the space, not every community will have the capacity, not every community will have the resources or like the human resources. So that's why I'm hoping to grow my team to build on the foundation we currently have and be able to provide those supports and services to each community that's unable to hire a coordinator. So our team will work with each community to identify what is the best plan and how our team can support each community's community engagement activities. Okay, so I just want to give you guys a few fun facts here before we go to questions. Did you know that once an item is filed in your desk, there is a 98% chance it'll never see the light of day again? that an average office worker spends 50 minutes a day looking for lost files. That's almost an hour of each day. So I guess we better keep everything on our desk. I know that's my method for organizing the chaos that is my desk. So with that being said, I will take a couple of questions if anyone has any. Go ahead. There's one question over there.
I was stretching too, just kidding. I just have a question, because a couple years ago, when we were talking about this, the CBCs, I know acronyms, Nick had a really good one instead of TWEB, by the way. It's territorial web, and it actually made it seem like it was like really connected. She may charge you for that after if you use it, but instead of TWEB, it's like territorial web. Anyways, is it still the like capped funding? So it's like $20,000 per community kind of thing to hire the coordinators? Because I know in our territory in Waban, where we struggled with that was it's not enough, like it's a FTE. So then we started thinking creatively, okay, how do we do this? Do we add it to, like, do we pool the money so that we could have one that's then looking at doing all of the community pieces, like, separately? Because I know at the time it was like $20,000, which is a lot of money. I'm not like knocking it, but it wasn't enough to have a full-time FTE or entice someone to do it. So is that still the case?
Well, this past year it got increased for this fiscal year, and for next fiscal year I included in the proposal another increase, just so it will be competitive with other positions in the community. It's, what was it again? 40, it's somewhere around 40,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
and we were just thinking like for knowledge translation and like, you know, we just spent the last morning thinking and talking about how we're actually going to like implement some of these laws and these codes. Like if you've got now 49 First Nations people from each of the communities trying to figure that out, it seems like we've got like 49 hamsters spinning, and who's telling, like, how are you transferring that knowledge, right? Like if somebody says, yeah, I wrote a really cool school code, like I've got this one, cool, how do I transfer that to you so we're not all duplicating the same thing, even though honoring that our communities are all different, we've all got different, like, you know, different languages, different dialect, like all of that, but if there's someone to coordinate it so that it's not so like separate, it's more together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. I do hear what you're saying, and I do agree that there should be someone or something in place that is there to support the work that's being done, so we're not like, what do you call that? Paving two roads with one wheel? Or something like that. I forget how that saying goes. But I understand what you're saying. Not to my knowledge do we have anything right now, but I do like the idea.
I think that's it for questions. Is there any other questions for Brian, for the team?
Bonjour, Brian. My name is Elizabeth Adlocan. I'm from Yamata, and I did work for a period of time with being CBC, but I didn't have that title. Our own board, local education board, hired me to do some work, and that was basically bringing some awareness and understanding on the EJ. But for Matao communities, the chiefs also wanted to pursue or just do some research and look into the RIA. So I carried both of those. I tried to, I didn't get paid through NAN, but I did get the monies from the local education board and then Matawa RIA. But I don't know, I was just really concerned about the process in many ways. Like I can speak from the community perspective, how I found it. You know, it was during COVID, of course, when I started, and there was a lot of lockdowns and all of that. So you have all these community challenges with the deaths in communities as well, and there's just so much happening in the community. So with that understanding, for my community, like when you're talking about incorporating or blending the traditions, the culture of a community, then for Yamatung, and whenever there's a death, then you have to observe and have respect, and you cancel if you're having an event, you would cancel that event. So it made progress really difficult. And I just want to reiterate this because it's so important at the home front, at the grassroots. This is what is happening. And then also trying to think about, like the other, suicides or even the addictions is rising. So we have all these social challenges in the community. So in order to get the message to the community, yes, people are finding it hard to understand what the education system would look like, but there's a tightening to be had here. If we're going to progress, if we're going to move, there's, I don't know how to, more expertise is needed. I think you have to come to a place where NAN has to recognize, yes, this is grassroots. Yes, that it's important that the community has a voice. But at the same time, NAN has to set up a table of experts to come alongside the communities. Because if you don't, you will go another 25 years doing what you're doing right now. Like even here, I was supposed to have come in as elder and the role of elder, but I couldn't come in yesterday. But here I am, and I'm glad I have an opportunity to speak because with Brian up there, and over the 2 years during COVID, we had Zoom meetings. There's only like 3 or 4 of us, 7. That's all. And this is supposed to be a First Nation initiative on education jurisdiction. Like, and this is Jamagakwe. Tebegay no yanistota ziuk, but nibo yanistota. Amichiguji munano. Kandebe yan shnabemsi. So I go to this Oshkat Zakeninga Wetigajtan. Nawach Mishino kam Chiguji watch. Niganda Swagani Otap and the watch can it mute to what Amichiguji walk. Shaguch this, I need Igashnago, Imachitak Situing, Iwan Schnabemuin. No my game. So how to do both is necessary, but yet we need to rethink the structuring of how to get this process going and moving, because we can't stay stagnant like this. I don't see NAN moving forward. Yes, you could say, I think you have enough excuses. Really, if we are thinking about the children's education and the possibility of doing this great work, You know, let's reframe our thinking. Let us reframe this whole the way we're going. You know, there might have to be some people that are released, you know, so that's how we are. Where even in my community, you could be a worker in an organization and have no output, you know, you don't have you haven't measured up per se. But yet, because, you know, we're Anishinaabe, we're Native people, you know, let's, you know, give a benefit of a doubt, give him 2 or 3 months, 2 months, you know, pretty soon he's still there 2 or 3 years later, and there's nothing being done. And these are the tough love measures. You either do it, and if you can't do it, step aside. You know, and as leaders of NAN, the executive, I would really encourage that. You know, look around and and it's not necessarily canning someone. It could be looking at the strength of the individual. Put that person within NAN, if you want to keep that person within NAN, in their proper perspective role. The ability to do what? You know, so, but I'm just talking because I've been at this for 2 years in Yabmata. Ajanija babon ganin the jikan away about in the mogaga week. Okay, occasion now given away kinomatun. Can't she know yet she can then? Egonin she gan chicken the make? Kinoa in First Nation Kayaik. Why is it that you don't understand this process? Education jurisdiction has been on the table. You have no excuse coming in this room or anywhere else under NAN to say you don't understand this process. Please, on behalf of the children, do not excuse yourself any longer. Let's understand this. Let's work hard. Like if you're at the table here and you're on your laptop and you're working on something else, that tells me you're not really serious or interested. I'm speaking as an elder. I have the right to speak what I want to say here. You should be taking notes. You should be really understanding what the urgency of what we need to take back to our communities. I heard the NAN negotiator talk. I was on my computer and I listened because I couldn't come out. I was supposed to have come out, but I couldn't. And it's true. And there's a balance here. NAN has a role. They facilitate, he said. But what the action required for this process to move forward is to each First Nation that's a participating nation, to the education jurisdiction. So the onus is on us at the community. Let's make it work. Reevaluate and restructure, reframe, whatever word you want to use, reset. I know a lot of people don't like that word because we shouldn't be resetting. We should be continuing. We should be understanding. But yet also knowing what's happening in the communities. Don't put all the professionals at NAN. What about the communities? What are you going to send to the community so that they understand? Helping them with their lawmaking or whatever needs to be set up. That's where the money should go. People should go. We're all cozy in Thunder Bay. Nobody wants to go up north. Those are some hard facts. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Liz. You certainly gave us a lot to think about. I completely agree with everything you said. There is urgency and there is importance in this work that we have to do. And the fact that 10 communities, it's been at 10 communities for 2 years, and nobody returns my calls. Nobody returns my emails. Why? You know? So just please reach out to me, respond. I am here to work with you. I'm going to do my best to make sure not only that my kids have a bright future, that the kids, the families, and your communities have the best opportunity to obtain education. Does anyone have anything else to share or any questions? My name is Brian Achimanishkam. Brian Achimanishkam Dejinakas.
Thank you very much, Brian. We're going to break. I see a lot of goodies flying around back there. It looked good from here, but I imagine it looks even better from down there. But before closing, I'd like to say thank you to Elizabeth for being straightforward. And I think that is something that all of you have to think about. Because we're making decisions. You're going to be making decisions on behalf of your children. And if you don't put your best foot forward, it'll never happen. So now is the time to put your best foot forward, and everybody starts, what do you call it, working together in unity. Because unity will give us the strength. But it will also give us what we think needs to happen. As Elizabeth said, it's not going to be tomorrow, the day after, or next month. But at the end of that time, if we work together, I know this for a fact, we will be stronger when we come to the negotiating table, as opposed to saying, well, we've got some people back home that are not with us. So that's a thought that you're going to have to keep in mind. So I'll take a break, and after the break, we're going to break off into 2 sessions. I think there's a room on the other side of the wall, gray wall. It's going to be OCAP, I believe it. No. Going to be the
UNDRIP training will be in the rooms across here.
Yeah.
The OCAP training will be here.
Okay.
You're welcome to decide which one you want to attend.
Okay, so you got a choice. You can go to the OCAP one or the UNDRIP one here in what do you call it, United Nations Declaration. Natalie Bingus, is she here? Okay, so she's not. Well, somebody. Where's Stephen Lee? Over there. Hi, Stephen. How you doing? And also, I think Michael Sherry is gonna help with that presentation, and Leslie McGregor, right over there. I see her. Yeah, the Education Officer, First Nations Information Governance Center will be doing presentation on their side. So we'll let short break. But I also want to remind everybody, there's a place over there, Natalie is looking after, the other Natalie, she's looking after it. for delegates that have what they call it, travel expenses, food expenses or whatever. She's sitting down over there waiting, so, okay? So, that's what we'll do. Okay, somebody's gonna go around and collect the surveys so that we can do the draw. We got 2 draws we got, eh? Two draws, so before you leave, make sure that you have your survey available to whoever's coming around to pick it up so that your name will be into the draw. 2 draws.
Also, travel checks are out in the corridor with Natalie in front here. Travel checks are with Natalie in the front here, outside the doors.